Hey everyone, Swordsman here. Welcome to the Crimson Sakura Lounge. Come on in, my dear friends. There's a chair and a drink waiting for you. I'll be honest with you folks. Today has been a little challenging, to say the least. Not only did I wake up with a massive headache and a $60 debt, but when I went out for my walk, it was a weird weather combination. It was windy and somehow warm. It was both hot and cold at the same time. I ended up getting a mouthful of dust, a possible sinus infection, and worst of all, I spilled my drink twice. That being said, I'm just going to take a step back, take some deep breaths, count backwards from 10, and move on. Like I said, the Crimson Sakura Lounge is a place for good vibes only. Now I know not everyone can feel good vibes when they're having a more than rough day, but I think it's important that you need to keep a positive attitude even if things aren't exactly going your way. If you just let that negativity build up, it can lead you to some dark places. I should know. I was almost in those dark places before. And it took me quite a bit of willpower to move on from that. But I still was able to overcome it. And I'm taking it one day at a time, as everyone should. So, with that said, I had to figure out what I wanted to do for stream. Originally, I was going to continue on with Higurashi, but there was a little voice in my head, a little whisper saying, "You bought Ciconia, why not finish it?" And I was very hesitant on doing this for two reasons. One, the creator clearly stated that streamers cannot stream more than up to chapter 7. And I'm pretty sure, knowing their style, this has 12 chapters. So I feel like I'm robbing you guys of the full experience. The other reason is that, given the current state of the world and a lot of things that have been happening, I feel like the subject matter that the game tackles on might trigger a few people. If you know, you know. It's also one of those games that is hard to recommend because, well, this is $40 for a single phase, which seems like a lot of money for a game like this. I use game in quotations. And, I'm all about supporting the developers and their work. This one, however, falls in that area where it feels difficult because, well, it has certain things that not everyone will enjoy. And knowing 7th expansion's work, this might have a few triggers and something that you would need a strong stomach for. It's no Higurashi, for sure, but it definitely has some neat moments, and I do appreciate the art style it's going for. It definitely seems to keep that aspect of mixing comedy, drama, slice of life, a little bit of mystery, and looks like this one is going for a cloak and dagger approach, which I'm all for. It's still hard to recommend because of the price tag, I know that would put off a lot of people. And 7 chapters feels a little too low for you guys. But I still want to give you all something to look at. And give you guys something to enjoy other than the same old, same old. Because I like to mix it up every now and then. And even this week I got something planned for you guys. So I hope this will at least tickle a few itches that some of you have. You know, going back to Ciconia, I can see the influences that Evangelion has on this one, as opposed to many others. Not only are the characters surprisingly young and using very dangerous experimental military equipment, it seems a lot of them have those trump cards. You guys probably know the stereotypes of those kind of anime by then. You know, you have your very depressed and quiet guy, your soft-spoken tsundere, your very loud and boisterous tsundere. There's also seemed to be a lot of LGBTQ moments there too, which is actually pretty refreshing to see. The only thing that's missing are the mechs. The Gauntlet Knights, I think, are a really neat addition. And I do love like how they put in a little more effort in the production quality. My only complaint is that we only see snippets of certain CGI animations going on. Like the missiles going off and some explosions showing off. Which is okay. But if you're gonna make something that is about like a little more action, a little more intensity, a little more combat, it wouldn't hurt to throw in a fight scene or two to, you know, really get people excited and keep them going. Don't get me wrong, reading can bring a lot to the imagination. The problem is that you need to be the kind of person that enjoys imagining those kind of things instead of seeing them for face value in front of you. I definitely enjoy it. It's something I liked when I first read Dramatical Murder. It had an incredible art style. Really good music, really good visuals. But I think comparing that to this, Dramatical Murder had a bit more finesse going for it. There was a lot more scenes that showed more of what the characters were doing, and a little less of us needing to use an imagination. Which isn't a bad thing. Not every VA needs to be Danganronpa, but I feel like it feels like there needs to be more to justify that high price point. Because the whole Higurashi thing, like, you can get the entire collection for a little extra for what this one phase has. Even Ume Neko, you can probably get it for half that. So, I'm very cautious when it comes to giving critical assessments on games, because I know how hard it is to make a game. I know how frustrating it can be to make something very spectacular. I get that. That being said, I don't just want to give a game a pass just because of my experience. Your experience with it would be far different from mine. So I need to take into consideration of what their imperfections have, but still point out the high points as to why you should give it a chance. I feel like it's very easy for people to denounce a game or to feel a sort of entitlement, like, oh, you can't play Dark Souls because you're this bad, so why are you even playing it in the first place? I hate people like that. I don't like to use the word hate, but I hate it. Because games should be for fun, and we should all find a reason to have fun with them. Now, that's not to say that every game is for everyone. I can think of quite a few that I probably wouldn't touch if I had a choice. That being said, a bartender is there to please their audience, and I aim to please. So, I feel like you need to at least give it a chance before you throw caution to the wind. Don't take up everyone's word for it. Like, their reviews are valueless. They mean nothing. They only apply to the experience that the original user had with that particular game, and you don't even know how they were even playing it in the first place. They might have had a better or worse setup than you. They probably missed some kind of things or were off scavenging hunting for all the secrets. Or maybe they were just beelining straight through the story and not even bother going to the side content. You never know. Never judge a book by its cover. And I know everyone judges a book by its cover, but you shouldn't. You might miss out a lot if you just take everything for face value and don't even give your own opinion. So, with that said, when it came to Ciconia, my experience with it so far has been kind of intense. I'm not gonna lie, it was a lot more dialogue heavy than I was expecting. I would argue it's a little more dialogue heavy than Higurashi. At least then, there were a little more breaks in between. You could actually take a moment to catch your breath. There weren't as many characters and as much lore to follow. It sort of took its time. This one, it wants to jump right into the action, you can tell. Also, you may have noticed that there are 2 familiar cameos that showed up in this game. I'm not going to spoil it and say which ones, but if you know, you know. So, massive props to the developer for sneaking that little fan service in. And the funny thing is that despite being one of the newer games, I haven't really seen a whole lot of fan art or even merchandise based on this game. So I have to wonder what it is that got this game such a stigma. I feel like there's something we're not seeing, or rather, there's something that we missed. So I want to find it. I really want to find it. It's going to take a while, but we'll find it. I'm also going to try and see if I can get something new for my setup. I have my eyes on something really good, or at least decent. I don't know how different it'll be from what I got right now, but I'm hoping it'll be better than what it is. And I want to give you guys something better, something more. And I know that I put Friday as a day to like a rest day, but you know, maybe this Valentine's Day I might surprise you with something. Maybe a little something. Well, you'll never know. You'll never know. We'll see. We'll see. And what else has gone on with the world? Let's see. I just saw Callie doing a charity stream, which she is pretty much torturing herself with shots of hot sauces and questionable liquid combinations, all for charity. And if you ever have the chance, you should probably stop by her stream and give a little. You might even get a little Valentine's from Otter Mom. That's always a good thing, right? And what else has gone on so far? Well, as you know, I recently quit my job, so I've been trying to get by with a few odds and ends. Hasn't exactly been easy, to say the least, but I'm doing my best. Sadly, I feel like the waifu cups will be next on the chopping block if I'm gonna have another night of actually eating decent food. Otherwise, we're back on the ramen. Or we're back on the beans. Whichever I feel is cheaper. I mean, for God's sakes, no more beans. This whole place is starting to smell like a factory of roasted peanuts. Like my dad always used to say, you can't expect food to always be made on the table right when you want it. And there were a lot of things he also said. He also said, I hate Mondays, but he never got that message around. So, now that we got the mush out of the way, I think we are just about ready to start up the game. So, before we begin, let's give ourselves a little mandatory bathroom break. So, get yourself something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, get some chores done. We'll be back in just a moment. And we're back. Now, let's get back on this show. Pardon me for a minute. Let's get this show on the road. So, I don't really know what to expect later down the road. And it's been some time since I read this. I say read the game. It's been some time since I've actually done this before. Oh, why are you big? Why are you big? No big time. Small. Nice and small. Even smaller. That might be too big. I think that's about good. Alright. Let's get started, shall we? Let's see if we can continue from where we left off. Do love that intro screen. Whoa. Finally, the match between aerial augment infantry aces from all factions is about to begin. The first event is an attack on a fictional military base. They'll compete on points in many areas, including the efficiency of their attacks and the time taken. Lilia, Koshka, be serious when the actual match starts, okay? If you don't, I really, really will use my trump card. I like breaking things. If there's a plate with so many breakable things in front of me, there's no way I wouldn't dig in. Meow, meow. All squads are in excellent condition. We can do this. I, Super Genius Jaden, guarantee it. With us war cats and the freaks of Grave Mold together, we're the ultimate team. Yeah, 6 of us are the best comrades, and nothing can shake our bond of trust. Let's do it! All in the name of guiding humanity down the right path. Very interesting. One message has been sent to Gestress. Huh. It seems I quick saved on a very unusual one. Our bows are in our hands. Our arrows are in our hearts. We shall not falter when we shoot. Oath to the 9th Prime Chivalric Order. A lot of war quotes. I can't tell if that's like a doomsday clock or not. It feels like it could be. Sorry, this is driving me nuts. Here we go. Now it's perfectly centered. A new room has been created. Boing. What would you like to call this room? Boing. What should we pick? I suck at stuff like this. Does it matter? Just call it the War Cat Room. Okay, but what kind of room should we make it? Just whatever. Go ahead and copy the data from our hotel's banquet room. Nah, that'd be boring. They've come all the way out to Japan and for this International Battle Standard Festival thing. Do you even care about being a good host? Anyway, what is it non-Japanese people want to visit in Japan? A temple? Kyoto, obviously. You know, that's a fair point. You know, I would like to see the shrines, the older houses and stuff like that. Kyoto sounds awesome. They can't visit there now even if they wanted to, so they'll like it, right? You can't use Kyoto's data in Japan. Oh, right. That thing. Every country's so strict these days. And how? Is everything ready over there? I'm about to bring everyone over. Ah, crap. We gotta hurry. Let's just do something from the hotel. Where do Japanese people like to relax after a match? Well, when we're done with work, we take a bath, I guess. Ah, perfect. Japanese inns always have a big public bath as their selling point, right? That'll do nicely. Something about that seems wrong. But okay. I pulled the public bath data from our hotel's website. Got it. So, something like this? Whoa. Hey, this is a pretty nice onsen. Meow manipulated several things on his mental tablet, and the dark world instantly became the public bath of the hotel where the AOU Japan athletes were staying. There was an open-air bath on the outside, and a sauna on the inside. Ooh, classy. A splendid example of a Japanese-style public bath. Personally, Meow felt it would be really weird to have a post-match celebration in a public bath. However, Jane said this was so much more Japanese, so he gave in reluctantly. Is the room ready? Please tell me the name. Okay, random it is then. Room name, it's a rap public bath. Roger that, boyo. You have created, it's a rap public bath, boyo. What's up with that name? Well, you think of a better one. Ooh. That's incredible. You made it the bathhouse at our hotel, huh? Too bad I'm my avatar and I can't take my clothes off. Such a shame. Sorry, boys, you've been robbed today. I mean, you could just put on a naked mod. Oh? Amazing. If you put your foot in the bath, can you actually feel the hot water? I figure there'd be no point in making it a bath if you didn't reproduce it with at least that much detail. Someone wants to enter the room. Boyo. Will you give them access, boyo? Ah, everyone's here. Meow, please give them access. Sure. When Meow gave them access, the enemies they just appeared fighting to the death against appeared one by one near the bath. Thanks for coming, everyone. Please relax. Whew, they really came. I mean, I'm still not sure about this. If those COU guys ask who the glass sea belongs to, what should we do? I'd rather not start a deathmatch when the competition's already over. Same here. One moment I start saying the Atlantis Spirit Field is on the high seas, so the ACR can't keep it all for themselves, and then the next we're kicking it off with World War IV. I'm Ling Jing of COU China, the captain of the Bai Bao squad. I thank you for inviting me here. How shameless to hold a party in a public bath. As I suspected, the people of AOU Japan have lost their Japanese souls. Yikes. Who knows? Maybe she'll change into a nude avatar to match the scene. How shameless can one be? Princess, you need not to remain in this undignified room a second longer. True. It would be undignified to enter a bathhouse with a clothed avatar. Oh, but didn't I have a bath towel avatar? Princess, you mustn't know! Thanks for the invitation. Aisha from COU Indonesia. This red-faced weirdo is Momotake from COU Japan. I'm Sujatha of COU India, captain of Suparna Squad. I'm Rukshana from COU Saudi Arabia. I'm Andri, Suparna's peacemaker. Hey there, ooh. I'm from COU Madagascar. Racially, I'm closer to that guy and gal, but a bunch of stuff happened and I'm in the COU's faction. Nice to meet you. Perhaps we should avoid the topic of the Mozambique Channel dispute today. I'm Rethabil, leader of Squad 601 from ACR South Africa. I'm Ishak from ACR Algeria, serving as Princess Rethalbi's caretaker and guard. And I'm Abdu from ACR Senegal. If you notice anything strange about the princess, whisper it to us instead of telling her directly. Too much honesty can be painful, after all. There's nothing there. I didn't even spill any sauce or breadcrumbs today. You ought to praise me. Princess Rithabil is a member of the African royal family. I never thought I'd see a princess in this day and age. I'm Noor of the ACR 1st Aerial Night Corps, the Cairo Memorial Squad. I'm from ACR Egypt. This cool, mysterious girl is Mariana from ACR Angola. Don't touch me so casually. I'm Mariana. This fluffy little cutie is Gannet from ACR Ethiopia. Pet. Don't run away. Stop petting my head! Only big sis Nora gets to pet me. Stop smothering me. Don't touch me, Nor. Don't run away, Gannet. Oh my god! Those three are so Yuri. Yuri is the love's purest form. Neither countries nor factions nor continents can stand in its way. We are the ABN's 12th Holy Agent Corps, Yeladot Savit. The three of us will show you humanity's greatest miracle of harmony. Their particular brand of excitement left the straight-laced COU stunned, as well as Meow and those from the AOU. They're also in charge of PR for the kids. Basically, they do pop idol stuff too. Wow, none idol girls? That's a first. Lay is from ABN Israel, Fatima is from ABN Turkey, and Stefania is from ABN Romania. I'm Stanislaw from ABN Poland, part of the ABN Peace Department's Holy 901st Aerial Augment Infantry Squad. Thalathat Suyuf. This is my colleague, Naomi. Pleased to meet you. I'm Naomi from ABN France. And Naima? Stop being embarrassed and greet everyone. Oh... I'm sorry, I went so wild in the match just now. Please forgive me, everyone. Oh... No, it is I who must apologize. I judged you by your appearance and underestimated you. You there, Naima. Manners dictate that a champion acts like a champion in front of the losers. Hold your head up high so that the losers may speak proudly of the one who defeated them when they return home. I know, but I want to find a hole to crawl into. Oh. You're far too self-deprecating. We don't want you losing sleep from self-hatred again, Naomi. I'll give her a tiny bit of anti-anxiety meds. Well, She's high as a kite. Wow, what are her in those meds? Do you think I can have some too? Look at her face. What is that face? That is so funny. How'd you like that? Naima, the invincible girl, is the strongest in the world. Wow. And I'm the beautiful fairy girl from AOU Finland, Lilia. Mew. This lame hick is Koshka from AOU Russia. Shut up. I wouldn't mind letting loose right here, right now. Bzz. You do not have permission to engage in combat in this room. Boing. Figures. That's no fun. Sorry we're late. I'm Chloe from AOU Canada, a member of Grave Mole. I got the new room name wrong and had trouble getting in. She tried to get into It's a Public Rap Lust. Hilarious. Mew. How does that even... But that's how my Kitsuna converted the word into text. It was just a minor conversion bug. Oh my. That must mean you use the word lust a lot. That's not true. I get it. It's just a bit of Japanese magic, huh? In Japanese, bathhouse and lust are probably both pronounced yokucho and got it converted the wrong way. Personally, I think lust version would have worked too. It's a bunch of boys and girls in a public bath after all. Too bad we're all using avatars. Then why don't we meet up offline right now? In proper attire for a bathhouse, of course. Stop that, Ryuki. Don't turn red just because someone said lust. It's a rat public lust, huh? Eeh. That's gotta mean those machos from ACR, right? You mean Ishkax and Abdo's black bodies intertwine? Nah, he's gotta be wrapped around the Stanschla. You can call me Stan. This is giving me a headache. What a vulgar bunch. Would you care for some headache medicine? I can send you the best preparation data. Princess, let us depart at once. This place is entirely unsuitable for one such as you. Is everyone in COU Japan a samurai with a top knot these days? No. Momotake is just like that for some reason. It's strange, he didn't start out that way. Whoa. This bath feels so nice. Going into a bath with your clothes would be weird. So I'll go look for an avatar without them. Hold on. A maiden's skin mustn't be exposed to anyone but her hated partner. Hey, someone from ABN, stop her! This looks fun. So I'll send Naima some body data for a naked avatar. Should I send her a super flat lolly or a short stat lolly? Big sis Nor, let me hug you. Hey, I told you to stop being so clingy. Gah, all I want to do is hug Mariana. Hands off, Nor. I want to pet and fluff Gannett now. As I thought, even though our countries are different, we can be friends if we gather together like this. So we're not so different after all. To be honest, all of them had secretly wanted to gather together like this, across faction lines. However, once you stepped outside of your faction, it opened up the possibility for all kinds of touchy subjects, like border disputes and historical issues. They were used of this era, so they were fully aware that all sides had things they wanted to say. And they were a little afraid of encountering the kind of fierce debates you saw on social networking sites. Which is actually kind of interesting because anyone who's been on social media would tell you they tackle all sorts of very touchy subjects. Even the youth do that too, so to say that in this era that they would be a little afraid of encountering that kind of thing, kind of interesting. If only the real world were like that today. Hold on while I hydrate. You know, I recently found out water can be acidic, too. There's actually such a thing as non-alkaline water, and that really depends on how much you enjoy the taste of battery acid. However, when they finally met, not a single person said anything like that out loud. In truth, before coming here, some of them had been eager to question their political opponents on various issues, arguing them down. The AOU and the COU had the Central Glass Sea of Japan border dispute. The COU and the ABN had the Kashmir Spirit Field Joint Development dispute. ABN and the ACR had the dispute over ABN occupying forces based in northern African continent. The ACR and the AOU had the Atlantis Spirit Field dispute. And there was the issue of AOU Russia interfering with ABN Ukraine and COU Madagascar and ACR Mozambique's conflict over the Mozambique Channel. So even in here, Russia and Ukraine are butting heads, huh? Now I get why the developer was hesitant in releasing this game. It might be getting confusing with all those initials, but simply put, every faction always has some issue with every other faction. Even though soldiers around the world were supposedly warriors of peace who held up the walls of peace together, everyone had been a bit unsure whether they'd really be able to get along if they interacted directly. You know, I think that's a fairly common reaction you would have. You're so used to being in your country with your people, and you're going towards these outsiders that you've never met before. So I think your initial reaction would be, if I say the wrong thing, I could probably start a war. That being said, it's not always like that. When I was in high school, I studied a lot of history and learned all about the wars that happened around the world. Not just what the United States did, but what everyone else did. And what I learned from it is that it's not always as black and white as one side being good and the other side being evil. It's not like that. It's actually a little more complicated when you get down to the brass tacks. The fact that this game is actually tackling on that sort of gray area and talking about it like this so much, it's actually pretty interesting. However, when they actually met, it was like this. Everyone thought the same thing in their hearts. There may be a lot of problems in this world, more than some. There's no helping it. National borders just don't divide the world into countries, but into set principles and opinions as well. Borders aren't evil. They're like the walls of a water tank. Land animals live on one side, and the water animals live on the other. If you lose your national borders, then you lose the walls of that tank. All the land animals will drown, and the ocean animals will lose their water and die. In the first place, it's arrogant to assume that all life should live the same way. I agree with that one. Not everyone is the same, so their way of living wouldn't be the same. So, while it's nice in theory to think that we can all live together in harmony, it's actually a little more complicated than that. You have to admit that even humans live in different cultures, with different lifestyles and different ecosystems. Just like I said right there. So if national borders are necessary, you must admit that principles and opinions can be different when you cross those borders. That is true. Just leave arguing about such issues to diplomats and internet patriots. Oh boy, I wish we could all agree on this. Lord knows I've encountered more than a few quote-unquote internet patriots. All of these people were born in different countries and attached to different factions. And yet today, in this place, they were all friends who had worked hard to become Gauntlet Knights for the sake of peace. Or, at least because of their fascination with the sky. After a meeting like this, they were all able to think that. Hey, who here uses Kisuna? Everyone raised their hands. Kisuna was a free communication tool developed by a Japanese business. Its main function was conversion translation, basically Google Translate. It's on everyone's phone these days now. Countless similar programs competed for the market share, and in the end, Kisuna had been declared the winner. The Japanese company that made it was just a small collection of young people, so small that they can be conceited to even call themselves a company. At first, its capabilities and all other aspects of it were nowhere as efficient as those produced by massive corporations around the world. Furthermore, tools like this made people react like imprinting chicks, in that they tended to always use the first tool they installed and were used to it. That's why massive corporations created several tools aimed at youngsters. Yet another topic of corporate consumerism. However, in the end, all those youngsters turned their backs on all those tools. Yeah, you'll see that happen more than once. Of course, the young wouldn't be swayed by features pushed onto them by old people, resting on their laurels while scheming to gain an economic advantage. They always had ATM-type features, greedy service contracts with cancellation fees, and so on. In the end, those convenient features always came at the cost of being dragged into some paid service, or else having your data collected. You still do that. That's why you always get a VPN no matter what. Always make sure you're protected online, folks. I'm serious. It's very easy to get your data leaked these days, so keep yourself safe online. The usual malicious things adults did. Yep. In that environment, the simple tool called Kisuna spread by word of mouth to more and more young people everywhere. The circle of youngsters wanting to support it across the world, and young engineers from all over the planet cultivated it. In this way, the tool youngsters use to translate conversations, Kisuna, was created solely by the young. Very impressive. It was passed around by young people all over the world, and now it had the greatest usage rates everywhere, at least among the young. The massive corporations realized their mistake and tried to buy up Kisuna, but the tool created by the young, and for the young, never fell into the hands of greedy adults. To this day, Kisuna helps to translate conversations between young people who speak different languages. Even now, young people around the world continue to strengthen its translation and dictionary capabilities, making it capable of translating even modern slang. Which is an interesting thing, because I would feel like something like that would be complicated. As can be seen here, people speaking from a dozen countries were speaking frankly in their native languages, but it was all being automatically and quite smoothly translated by the Kitsuna apps each of them had installed. No one had problems communicating. Long gone were the days when language was a barrier to forming friendships. Of course, it can do more than just translate. It also had a familiar chat feature, a mini blog feature, and the ability to upload photos for self-satisfaction or to brag, and so much more. In short, it used a mental tablet and mental display to directly do things old humanity had to use smartphones for. Huh. I wonder how close we are to that technology. And it all happened inside that person's head, so outsiders couldn't see what they were doing. No one can tell if they had activated it during class. When adults activated it, it took all their concentration, so they couldn't use it well. However, kids of the new generation were used to background operation. Yeah, they would be used to that kind of thing. People in the generation that did their homework while watching TV might remember their parents telling them to turn off the TV, since they wouldn't be able to concentrate. However, even at the time, they could watch TV, listen to music, and do their homework while simultaneously texting on their smartphones. I used to do that a lot too. In fact, I still do that. I need to have some sort of background noise going around. When I was in college, lo-fi music really helped me out with my studies. I would always tune into Lo-Fi Girl whenever I had the chance. Not just to study, to have some noise in the background, but also to, decompress. I feel like these days now, people are used to multitasking now. Kids these days were very proficient at that sort of parallel processing, which allowed them to do many tasks at once. Once they reached a certain skill level, kids like this were called parallel processors, and their ability was measured in units of parallel processor power, or P3. This sort of ability couldn't be mastered unless they received special training before a certain age. Huh, interesting. Not only was the talent necessary for using high-tech equipment like gauntlets, but it was thought to be a likely requirement for unknown technologies that might come into existence in the future. Huh. For that reason, countries across the world, parallel thinking training from a young age was made mandatory as a matter of national policy. So you're saying they thought it was a good idea to have people train while watching Netflix and texting their friends on what's in today? Because if so, we should have a line on NASA right now, if that was the case. Imagine being able to send a rocket into space while also doing a tweet. This was the first generation. People here represented those with the highest parallel processing power from several countries. And so it was normal for them to communicate through Kitsuna even while on the job. Technically, they were forbidden from playing with tools like that so they could concentrate on their work, but, well, you couldn't tell someone was using a tool inside their brain just by looking at them. On top of that, they were talented parallel processors, so using Kitsuna on the side didn't distract them at all. Soldiers from all over the country were forbidden from using Kitsuna, but they all did. On the contrary, they prefer the youth-targeted, easy-to-use Kitsuna to inflexible military communication tools that have been difficult to build for adults reasons, and often chatted with Kitsuna during missions. Wait, so we're all using Kitsuna? I thought each country had its own tool. Kitsuna is convenient, and its stickers and icons are really cute. So cute. Boyo. Ghetto. I use Ghetto Poyo stickers and stuff too. They're so cute. Whoa. I'm Ghetto Poyo, the outie frog. Boyo, boyo. My hobbies are sleeping, eating, and dancing. Boyo. If you have any questions about Kitsuna features, ask me whenever you like. Boyo. If you ask how to delete me, I'll send all the pictures to your mental. My pics to your friends. Boyo. I use the hotties icons. Well, when all girls are using a tool, we guys have to use it too. The tools from our country are all so stuffy. The tools in the ABN have no spark to them, so they aren't too popular. I really should be using a tool from my country, but this is so easy and convenient that I keep using it. I don't really care which tool I use, but everyone around me uses Kitsuna, so I reluctantly gave in. I used to use something else, but I switched over because everyone I knew used Kitsuna now. Meow. Kitsuna has so many free games. I make friends and just to get hearts in Wyadora. Me too. Oh, you do Wyandora? Hey, who's your main? I use an ultra-rare Wyanrus I built up into a counter stop. Yeah, we got ourselves an addict. I'll send you reinforcements, so tell me your ID. The rules forbid it, but the princess likes Kitsuna, so basically everyone else uses it, so you want to use it too, and that's how it spreads across the world. You know, that is true. You know how fads usually come and go? This is mostly why. When one person does it, another person ends up doing it, and then the next guy does it, and then the next one, and so on, and so on, and so on. You know how it is these days. You give a kid a yo-yo, they're gonna be addicted to it until someone pulls out a Game Boy. Do people still play with yo-yos anymore? I can never learn how to do walk the dog. That one was always a pain for me. My. It's as though Kitsuna, or interpersonal bonds, have tied friends from around the world together. What a wonderful thing. You say that, but you also have the ad blocker installed, don't you? Everyone around him raised their hand at once and burst out laughing. I'm the only one who doesn't have one? Someone, tell me where I can find a good app. If you don't mind using one from the ABN, I can link you a download to site. Nice. By the way, since we're all here, why don't we all send each other friend requests? Sounds good. There's no rule saying you can't friend someone from another faction, right? There is, but interactions like Kitsuna are practically unregulated. Now that sounds interesting. Sure, I'll grant people from all the other factions the honor of friending Super Genius Cheatin. Want to make a friend request? Lieutenant Li Jing? I would be happy to accept Lieutenant Meow, ace from the AOU. You can just call me Meow. Then please call me Ling Jing. You're quite the ace yourself, Li Jing. Let's fight again sometime. Oh, a little friendly rivalry. I'd also like to try joining forces and fight against an AI opponent. Everyone started exchanging friend requests with the people closest to them. Peace and harmony. Hard to think of a better phrase to describe it. It would have felt extremely strange to enter the water itself with clothed avatar, so people formed groups here and there, dipping their feet in like it was a foot bath, and chatted happily. However, the open-air bath was unsurprisingly the most popular spot. This place had an ocean view that was absolutely beautiful. Man, I would love to go to Japan to see, just to be in an onsen like that. Thanks to the luminous AMS, the fantastical blue of the vast glass sea could be seen even in the darkness. However, its beauty was hollow, and it made everyone feel a bit sentimental. The site of this year's festival, the Gifu prefecture of AOU, Japan, didn't originally have a view of the sea. The sea they were looking at wasn't filled with salt water, but with earth that had all melted into glass after experiencing unimaginable heat. During World War III, Japan had been hit by a single solar warhead. Raw nerve. Everything in a vast area stretching from central Gifu to Osaka had evaporated. Jeez! How big of a bomb was that? All of it had melted, hardened, and turned into a desolate ocean of glass. That one strike had split the Japanese archipelago in half. God, that's such a scary thought. It was fantastical, beautiful, and also the scar of a fearsome war, where masses of people had instantly evaporated. However, what's truly interesting is that no one present here knew who had created this glass sea. On the contrary, they didn't even know which countries had fought in World War III or what started it. They didn't even know the details of how it had resolved itself in the end. Of course, you couldn't find this information by searching it on the net. After all, memories from World War III had been sealed off from the entire world. Probably a sign of humiliation and embarrassment. Why did humanity choose not to learn from its mistakes? Probably because we finally realized that our foolishness makes learning pointless. There are many histories as there are people who tell it. Eventually, individual histories will contradict each other, providing fuel for new fires. Just forgetting everything is better than giving rise to new hatred. In the B3W era, intense historical research into wars had taken place across the planet, ostensibly to prevent war from repeating again. However, in the end, humans are only capable of interpreting history in ways that suit themselves. That is kind of true. As a result, history began to change depending on each person's countries and factions' needs. A long time later, these histories began to bump into each other, and everyone started criticizing everyone else. You would still see that from people who talk about World War II, the Vietnam War, and stuff like that. Everyone has their own opinion, and each side is either a good guy or a bad guy, depending on which country you ask it from. In short, the research that was supposed to stop war from repeating became the fuel for new wars. And so, when on the brink of extinction, humanity picked up a certain option for the first time. It decided to not write down the history of the war. What countries fought in the war, what reason, and how they destroyed the world. All that information was carefully sealed. All this generation knew was that World War III had happened, that humanity had almost gone extinct. They only knew that, as a result of the war, many places throughout the world had been scarred so badly that even topography had changed. These days, we don't even know what World War III was, or why it happened. Do you want to know? At this point, there's no need to know. Yeah. After all, if we did know, everyone here might not be able to get along. Wow. Well, even if I found out right now, I wouldn't let it bother me. Yeah, I agree. Even if our countries were going at it, that has nothing to do with the people here now. My America and Meow's Japan fought all out in World War II, but that doesn't stand in the way of our friendship. Meow and Jaden high-fived in a way that showed that they were men who knew each other well. Man. I'm really glad that they showed that there's no animosity between each side after that. Some part of me still feels pretty bad that World War II ended the way it did, but I think when you look back on it, there really was no other way. You think that there would have been when you really look at it. But in the end, there's always only one result that could ever happen. My country had a war with America too, but I just want to be friends with Jaden. Wow. Well, me too. I have no desire to cruelly demand that Meow apologize for the Sino-Japanese War. It isn't as though Meow ever attacked us. We hadn't even been born yet. Indeed. The friendship of the people here shouldn't be affected by things like countries, histories, or the past. Boy, Your Majesty, you have no idea how much I want that to be true. And that's why, as we look at this glass sea, there's just one thing we all need to remember. One thing. If people all over the world become friends, a terrifying ocean like this will never appear again. Currently, historical research of World War III was only acceptable as an exception among exceptions inside special research institutions. Even trying to learn about it was a crime. Wow. Not sure how to feel about that one. In recent years, even investigating the region of AOU Japan that had been evaporated by a solar warhead have been added to this taboo. So, pictures and even old maps of Japan's beloved and beautiful ancient capital, Kyoto, have been banned. Eventually, the simple fact that a beautiful city called Kyoto had existed would probably fade from memory. If that was a necessary sacrifice to prevent another war, then just how horrible is war? And how horrible are humans who can't help but be pushed towards war? Japan and America, which fought in World War II, did develop a strong friendship following the war. However, some have argued that this was simply because that relationship was necessary in the Cold War that followed. In the end, as long as countries let people by the nose, it may be fair to say that everything happens for the convenience of those countries, regardless of whether people end up hating each other or becoming friends. As for this fantastical, blue, beautiful glass sea, everyone had chosen to ignore the fact that crowds of people had evaporated and died here in an instant. Maybe they had finally accepted that humans aren't creatures who can learn, but creatures who hate each other and long for war. A very interesting take, honestly. You know, it really makes you think. Is it really that black and white? I don't know. Like, yeah, war is a terrible thing, but I feel like it really can't be as simple as that. It really does feel like it's a little more complicated than people make it out to be. But then again, how are we supposed to know? Listen, everyone. Meow shook his head slightly, regaining his bright expression, then stood up and spoke to everyone. Oddly, despite how many people were here, they all had the same look on their faces. You know, We may be from different countries and different factions, and who knows how this world is going to turn out. But no matter how much time passes, and no matter what happens, I'd like for us to be friends. Li Jing felt the exact same way, and so did everyone else. They all looked to each other and nodded. I agree. We're all friends supporting the walls of peace together. Someday, we may meet again as enemies, but still, we'll still be friends. Indeed, there is a great difference between opposing each other with hatred and doing so with friendship and respect, despite our differing factions. In the first place, our sole mission is to give those old politicians time to cool their heads and resolve disputes. Yeah, meow. I don't want to start killing each other because some old person orders me to. Meow, meow. That's right, Ryuki. We aren't the adults' pawns. Exactly. There's no need for us to kill each other. Oops. So that's what right-click does. We just have to buy time so those old people can chill their boiling heads. That's not something a soldier should even say. We're comrades supporting the walls of peace before we're soldiers. That's right. We didn't come here because we wanted a war. We're here because war's no joke. Even if there is a war, we should resolve it with matches and games like today. By now, everyone had the same feeling, the same words on the tips of their tongues. Meow, the one who brought up the subject, spoke those words aloud before anyone else. No matter what the world, what those asshole adults say, we definitely won't kill each other. So, you don't think that would be impossible? While we still carry out our duties as soldiers? If your shield breaks, you should surrender willingly and retreat. And you should never chase after people when they do that. Well, after all, our left arms are so valuable they can't afford to let us shot down needlessly. That's right. Even the IPMA says you can't attack an enemy who's lost the will to fight. Does that just apply to those of us present? It doesn't, right? My friends' friends are all my friends. Let's have our friends and everyone else's friends all be friends. At this moment, all the Gauntlet Knights in the world just became friends. I'll make my friend list visible to all of you. I second that. I'll make my whole friend list visible too. I don't have any friends. Then start packing your friend list today. You'll have so many Wyandora hearts, you won't know what to do with them. Ooh. Okay then. Of course, just sending a friend request didn't automatically make them best buddies. They were probably doing it partly out of politeness, sort of like exchanging business cards. And anyway, what did it really mean to send a friend request to someone from a different country whose face you've never seen? However, even if it was just as a formality, at this very moment, all the young Gauntlet Knights who wielded the cutting edge of the world's military might were joined by bonds of friendship. So instead of the tennis court oath, it's a public bath oath. Then let us make an oath, like the Shaquilu David's famous painting. We are friends and allies supporting the walls of peace. We will never hurt our friends. As everyone took an oath pose of their own choosing, they swore to hold the same true testament. We're all friends. Huh? What's so funny? Oh, what's this? Oh, God. I think that might be more terrifying than the Higurashi death stare. Who are you calling friends? You say you'll never kill each other when that's all your job is. What's so funny? What's so funny? You're the one who's going to be doing the killing. You are. I'm going to kill? Who? Right over there. I am sending the Wyandora hearts to Koshka. Koshka is gasping how many hearts she's received. From across us, Li Jing is installing Wyandora with Meow's referral ID. Take those two you're happily chatting with right now. Koshka? Ling Jing? What about them? You're going to kill them. You are. By your own hands. Why? Why would I kill my comrades? Like Koshka or Li Jing? Did you forget? To kill, to destroy. That's the sole reason you were created in the first place. I don't understand. Who even are you? Why do you look like me? I am you. I'm one of the many yous inside you. And because I know the horrifying reason you were created, I've come to put a stop to it, as your inner conscience. What are you talking about? I don't get it. You are an object worthy of hatred. You were created for the sole purpose of killing and destroying. Any other action you take are merely steps along the path to achieving your final goal. I'll say it again. You're a cursed creature, created only to kill and destroy. Are you kidding me? Don't decide that on your own. I'm Mitake Meow. I always have, and always will, be my own willpower. So I was created to kill and destroy, huh? I don't know what you're talking about. No one ever ordered me to do something like that. Even if they did, like hell I'd obey them. And yet, you already are a Gauntlet Knight. So what? Gauntlet Knights are individuals with the firepower of a warship, the ultimate edge in military might. You're steadily preparing for your goal of death and destruction. That's not why I became a Gauntlet Knight. I just wanted to fly. That's why I made it my goal to become one. Well, it's true that I was able to choose that path because Dad had me undergo parallel processor training ever since I was a baby, but let me tell you a little bit about your future. You're going to kill that girl called Koshka, and that girl's called Ling Ji, with whom you've been chatting so happily. I don't care what you say, idiot. I won't kill them. We just swore we wouldn't. And it's not just those two. I definitely won't kill anyone here or any of their friends I've met. I'm not the only one who swore. We all did. All of us. All of us. No. They'll all kill each other too. This is playing at friendship is meaningless, worthless, and every single one of you will kill each other. Shut up. Shut up! This is a future you'll definitely reach, and a fixed event you'll definitely carry out. Take that girl there, Ling Ji, whom I said you'd just kill. I can even tell you how you'd kill her. It'll be a close-range, face-to-face aerial fight. You'll shatter Li Jing's head with a punch backed by a force field. In the back of my mind appeared the image of my fist smashing through Li Jing's head in an aerial battle. Quit screwing me with me. This is an illusion. And even if I did pull Li Jing into an actual close-range aerial fight in an actual battle, she's an incredibly talented ace. At the Battle Standard Festival, I was made painfully aware of her skill. Of course, we wouldn't let each other get that close so easily. You think I hit Li Jing with my fist in a close-range battle? Who do you think we are? You underestimate Li Jing too much. If I launched an attack that sluggish, she'd just raise her shield and send me flying away, increasing the distance between us. Under normal circumstances, yes. I think you'd do that. So would she. But it won't be possible. Not for her to knock you away with her shield. After all, unfortunately for her, she won't be able to use her shield then. So your fist will continue on and crush her skull. Her rejection shield will malfunction? That's the worst sort of malfunction a gauntlet could have. No, it won't malfunction. You will just kill her. That plotline will simply be carried out. I will kill Ling Ji. And not just her. I'll tell you how you kill Koshka. Koshka will be swallowed up by a swarm of those guided missiles you love, and the shrapnel will tear her whole body apart until she dies. This time, I saw Koshka plummeting downwards, surrounded by sparks and blood pouring from all over her body. Even you and your partner Jaden will fight fiercely to the death. Same with the others, all of them fiercely exchanging fire over and over, killing each other. A future image flew through my head, unstoppable, of all those friends who had just sworn their friendship. Blood splattered and tears dripped down as they killed each other. That kid's gonna die too. And that one, and him, and her, every one of them will die. They'll kill each other and be killed. Stop it! Stop showing me these crazy illusions! No. These aren't illusions. You might call them memories from a guaranteed future. You exist, therefore this future must happen. Because I exist? I exist so everyone's gonna die? I'm gonna kill them? No, I don't want to kill anyone. I want to be friends with everyone forever. You want to protect this world of friendship, where interpersonal bonds join all of you together? Of course! I'll protect it. I'll protect friendship and peace throughout the world. That's why I became a Gauntlet Knight. Well, there's just one way to protect this world. Tell me, don't leave me hanging. I want a world where we never become enemies. It's very easy. Just will yourself to disappear. If you do, no one will suffer or be sad. Is the world gonna break? Because I exist? What in the world am I? Oh, I'll tell you what you really are. What I really am? I'm a Take Meow. a Gauntlet Knight of the Aerial Augmented Infantry Unit Warcat from AOU Japan. That's just your backstory. After all, you're just a program built for destruction, which was given the name Atake Meow. Boyo! Oh, thank God. That was getting real way too quickly. Kiddo. Someone wants to enter the room. Boyo. Will you give them access, Boyo? Whoa. Who is it? Ah, they're finally here. It's those big sisters from the Lado military who refed us today. We finally made it in. I told you had to be a text conversion screw up. Japanese is hard. This is clearly a structural flaw in the Kisuna translator. So, you two also ended up with it's a rap public lust? Well, my country's official language is Portuguese, after all. Japanese is tough. That proves you use lust a lot in your emails. Welcome, you two, to the It's a Rap public bath. Guess that means it's time for a storm of friend requests. Damn, that's a lot. What in the... My mental display got filled up with Caropoyos. That's quite a welcome. Thanks for the invitation. We're Valentina from Lado, Brazil, and Mari Carmen from Lado, Mexico. Just this once, I'll let you call me Mari, okay? That means we'll have to do the public bath oath again. Wow. If bonds of friendship tie the world together, humanity will never make such a foolish mistake again. Meow, you may initiate the oath once more. Sure. Then let's all do it again, okay? Huh? Wait, what? What's going on? You're just a murder program. Wow. You know, this is the first time I've seen a character in one of these things to have like an interpersonal talk with each other. The pieces have been gathered. The pieces have been lined up. Our opponent isn't here yet. Perfect. The King of Sorrow. Boy, this is crazy. Very crazy. However, before we continue, I really need to get a head start on dinner. I'm getting really hungry. So, we're going to take a short intermission. Just get yourself something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, get some chores done. We'll be back in just a moment. Alright, and we're back. I apologize for the long wait. Got me some spaghetters. You might hear me mute a few times just so I can eat, but try not to get bothered by that. We're gonna continue on for another bit until we get to like the intermission screen, so let's see how long that takes. Okay, let's start from our designated positions one more time. And let's focus more on our coordination this time. Unlike a super genius like me, the others are going to need some repeated practice. I've been covering for your little super genius screw-ups this whole time. Meow. Yeah. You can't treat Grave Mole like we're drones, Jaden. Sheesh. Guess you can't keep up with a superb movement of ability like Meow and I have. There's no point in saving a second time if your coordination fails. I know you're a super genius, so pay a little more attention to what's behind you. Even a super genius can't do anything without support from his comrades. And anyway, I see so much more inefficiency in your trajectory data. You keep putting up unnecessary strain on your internal HMS. You got yelled at. You're definitely a super genius, Jaden. You're so much of one you can't coordinate with normal people like us. Uh-oh. Meow's totally entered lecture mode. Meow. And when he lectures, he keeps sending over specific data so you can't fight back. Ah! Meow. Second Lieutenant Meow. Master Meow. I'm so sorry. I'm so stupid. Please hit stupid slow Chloe with more data. More data. Looks like Chloe's revealing her past trauma. Meow, meow. Meow. If you don't put your lectures on hold and resume training, the instructor... You brats! What are you slacking off for? This always happens when I turn my back for a second. You're the one who slacked off and took a break, instructor. Did you say something, Koshka? I don't think he heard you, so I'll text it to him. Meow, meow. You fool! Chloe! Ow, instructor! Your time hasn't improved at all. You all ended up looking like that pathetic at the festival because you aren't taking this seriously. I don't think it was bad enough to be called pathetic. That asshole's probably been saying things like, they'll definitely win first place. They got me training them, to his higher-ups raising the bar for no reason. I agree. I'm not sure I like having a record like that dismissed so easily. Dummy. Stupid Okonoki. Meow, meow, meow. You shouldn't say things like that. Stupid Chloe just self-destructed. What's that, Chloe? You got something you'd like to say to me? It's nothing. I'm sorry. So sorry, instructor. Even in a world where you can talk to people with your brain, you can sometimes self-destruct. Accidents like speaking aloud when you're Trying to badmouth someone mentally right in front of their face are an everyday occurrence in this world. That being said, some kids can do the high-level technique of saying what they really think, then pretending it was an accident. Warcat, Grave Mole, to your positions. Gunhild, raise the AI level by 3. Roger that. Up 3 levels. Roger that. Boing, boing. Listen up. In the end, it isn't about logic. It's about beating it directly into your bodies. Empty your minds and repeat it again and again. Chloe, begin the countdown. Enemy AI has been adjusted. Chloe, go ahead. Then I'll begin the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Battle simulator. Let's go. Boing. Meow's data packed lecture mode was definitely harsh, but it was much better than those old instructors' baseless theories on the supremacy of fighting spirit. Kids of the Cellcom era thought of everything as data and numbers, but old world thinking was full of abstract, emotional, spiritual, and guts-based arguments. Sheesh! Meow's accurate data storm lectures are better than this. Then again, it's like the difference between being pushed out of a 10th story window or an 11th story window. I mean, in the end, you're gonna take a fall. Times like this makes me wish I had a Coke on hand. Oh wait, I totally have a Coke on hand. Just want to get that a little bit out there. There we go. Oh, look at that. You know, I heard Japanese bartenders do their best not to pour soda directly on the ice cube. It, releases all that gases, and that's why it really foams up. They try to mitigate that as much as they can. Hey, super genius. Concentrate. I'm watching your data so I can tell. Get ready for a big review meeting after this. And don't run away. Seriously? Even the super genius Jaden, who didn't know how to be discouraged, was apparently hit hard by Meow's lectures. And so, once again, the young Gauntlet Knights trained in all sorts of ways until they were worn out. Sheesh. Our instructor's weird fighting spirit logic really pisses me off. People without talent are always quick to start talking about fighting spirit. Hey, I'd appreciate it if you didn't talk about our princess behind our back. So, you have no complaints when everything is explained to you logically, Jaden? Well, you can still go too far, yeah? Ever since the It's a Wrap public bath party, the virtual room has become a meeting place for Gauntlet Knights regardless of nationality. Whenever the young hit it off, it usually doesn't take long for them to become friends. And getting to hear or tell stories to people from different environments is a very precious thing for their young hearts. The vast majority of parallel processors were women, so Gauntlet Boys were a minority. Today had become a rare all-boy gathering. I suppose all factions are the same. Middle-aged men who act all important are always scum. Are COU instructors scum too? I figured they'd be wise compared to our instructor. Woo! If they had a scummy instructor battle standard festival, our COU team would take golds in every event. At least they're a bit better than our ABN instructors, in that you're allowed to openly criticize them. I'd imagine that if you badmouth your instructors at the ABN, you'll get arrested on the spot, yes? In a country where you can't insult anyone to their face, you form a cultural capability of insulting people without it sounding like you're insulting them. Sounds nice. So, for example, what will you say to an irritating superior officer who never shows any appreciation for their subordinates' work? It's our way to say the opposite of what we mean. Something like, I am truly grateful for the heartfelt support you always show me, instructor. Nice, I'll take it. A friend has arrived. Boyo. Ishak, Abdul. So you were lounging about here. Get back to our training. When it comes to training, fighting spirit and guts are vital. Be honored by the opportunity to sweat for my sake. Your Grace, thank you for your ever-present heartfelt support. For which we are so grateful, Princess Rithabil. Huh? Right. Very well then. That's one way to get your point across. In any era, getting to complain together and feel a sense of camaraderie is the best part of talking with close friends. Furthermore, they were used to background operation, so they could chat like this any time without having to worry about time zones or even what the other person was doing at that moment. It was a wonderful era they were in. I'm envious just thinking about it. In this era, high-quality sleep substitute drugs have been developed, so sleep was no longer necessary. Man, I wish I could get in on that. Humanity have effectively doubled the density and time in a human life. But of course, it wasn't perfect to dream like drugs. It only freed you from the need to sleep. So if you wanted to maintain your concentration, you needed to rely on things like that ancient drug, caffeine. Caffeine will always exist no matter what era it's in. If you tried to study for a test all night, you might not get sleepy, but you get bored and start hating it halfway through. For most people who didn't have anything they needed to do so badly that it was worth abandoning sleep, it really wasn't that valuable. After all, it can get pretty boring if you have no work or any desire to do anything until dawn, and you're incapable of feeling sleepy even if you lay down. which is why I care too much for sleep to actually get rid of it. So this drug was only used regularly by the young, who could never find enough time to study and play. Thanks to that, the young lost the concept of time zones. They were always awake, so they could communicate with anyone regardless of day and night, even if that planet was on the other side of the planet. The fact that they were capable of communication this rich was a powerful weapon in the young one's arsenal. Though some places did close down in the middle of the night, the shopping district was always open even at this hour. Jaden could be seen in the nighttime shopping district during a time range when only young people who loved the anti-sleep drug were up and about. You know, if I had an anti-sleep drug, I think I would use that to binge watch all of One Piece 24 hours a day until I was completely caught up. What would you guys use it for? Damn it. For Jaden, all that complaining and laughing with friends at the public bath had made a good change of pace. At least, the part about complaining about instructors had. Meow. Go at least a little easy on me. His lectures are like a tornado of good points. I can't contradict him, so I wish... Ah, damn it! You can call Meow a bastard or an asshole. All his points were right on the mark. When Jaden actually followed those suggestions, he noticed the difference clearly. All he could do then was lick the wounds that he had inflicted on super genius Jaden's pride. Aren't we war buddies from the same kit? Even if you're right, couldn't you say it a bit more nicely? True to what Jaden had always claimed, he was enough of a genius ace to earn the super qualification. For a long time, he had never been inferior to anyone around him in any way. However, that was when he'd been surrounded by what he calls normal people. When surrounded by the best Scotland aces, the ultimate collection of talent, he couldn't always be on top. Of that group, only Mitake Meow felt like a rival he might not be able to match. Even though until recently, Jaden had always focused on his own victory, achieving success again and again. It's because he's always looking at his opponent. While doing his best to achieve victory, Meow was simultaneously searched to find out how he could counter his opponents best. And he would accurately notice when those opponents did well or badly, even when said opponents didn't notice it themselves. Right. After getting criticized again and again and again, there was no compliment at the end of today. That's why I'm so down. Meow's lecture mode today was a rush of valid points and data, as usual. But after I get beaten down, I suppose to finish it with a compliment, so I could look forward to hearing him make suggestions. And today, the instructor butted in. Meow's lecture mode got cut off. You're pathetic, super genius, Jaden. Since when has my mood jumped all over the place because of every word that skinny pipsqueak says? Wait a sec. I'm obsessing over this way too much. How the heck did I get here? I checked with my mental display and saw that I had traveled several stations down. I didn't come to this place often. Still, if I wanted to totally reset my mood, coming to a part of the city I wasn't used to may have been just what I needed. I looked around. Information from countless shops flooded my brain. Of course, getting hit with a flood of information just leads to confusion, so I used one of my favorite information filters and simplified the data in Vision. When I did, a nearby game center was marked as recommended. Boyle. I have found a recommendation spot according to your tastes. It's a game salon Armageddon. Boyle. Rating 4 stars. Safety 4 stars. Cleanliness 3 stars. It was my first time going to this place, but it didn't look bad. And according to its description, it's one of the popular games had just received an update. Nice! It's been a while since I filled the high score list with my name. It's been a while since I've done that too. You know, I haven't been to an arcade in the longest time. I really like to do that. In this era, even game centers were decorated like fancy Victorian-style salons on the inside. However, the lines of beautifully adorned sofas had a lot of wiring, like a military simulator. In an era with mental displays, anyone could play games even during class without anyone knowing it. However, the locations called game centers were a bit different. In addition to the mental display, they also projected the game screen on a spattle display. Why? Isn't it obvious? To show off your skill to people you've never seen before. Of course, even in this era, game live streams on the internet were alive and well. Not surprising there. I have a feeling streaming will be here until the day we die, and probably even after that. You can interact with them in many ways, including voice and text. However, some demanding youth people felt there was no need or replacement for the sensation of seeing live reactions. Because of these people, relics from the old world like game centers still existed, and boldly so, despite how far civilization has advanced. Good live gameplay requires a crowd of young people to watch. They get to have a great time cheering and or showing their disappointment in an exaggerated manner. Jeez, did they bring Twitch into a gaming center? That would actually be horrifying. That takes me back. I remember when I go into game centers where all the neighborhood brats hung out. He brought a drink as a substitute for the entry fee, then sat down at a random empty seat. Gloomy people vaguely lacking in self-confidence might sit in the corner, even though they wanted to be seen. However, Super Genius Jaden wasn't like that. He'd sit openly in the throne right in the middle, left open because that special Japanese brand of embarrassment that they call humility. His cellcom immediately informed him that it had successfully connected to his seat. Then the display told him that he could benefit from a promotional campaign if he entered his Ciconia ID. Actually, he had his Ciconia set to off. If he hadn't, then a friend would heartlessly message him, regardless of whether he was feeling neurotic or depressed. At that moment, he wanted some time to himself, so he didn't activate Ciconia and chose not to participate in the promo. Well, if I get an ultra-high score and expose my ID, I'll get so many friend requests from people I don't know, it'll be a pain. That still happens to people sometimes. In any era, if you carelessly expose your personal information, you'll get a rush of weird direct mail and sales calls. Boy, ain't that the truth. Okay, let's do this. Hilarious, right? A Gauntlet Knight got depressed by his training, so to shake it off, he started playing a game about Gauntlet Knights. Gauntlet Knights, who could fly unassisted and dominate a battlefield on their own, were what kids around the world wanted to become. So there were many games that simulated being a Gauntlet Knight. This is also a useful way in all countries to find people with high aptitudes. For that reason, games like this are placed in game centers all over the world. You know, I don't know if the developer is watching, but if you ever make another fighting game like you did with Ume Neko, make one with Ciconia. I would love to play a game like that. You would get so many requests, it would be awesome. Come on, do that, please. This was also a useful way in all countries to find people with high aptitudes. For that reason, games like this were placed in game centers all over the world. I love flying solo. No need to keep up with the perfect pace with a nosy partner. The quality here was much lower than a military simulator, but for a game, this was more than good enough. Furthermore, all his experiences from normal training would come back to him, and the realism could be supplemented by his brain and grow pretty intense. This was his first time playing this game center, so he would run through the tutorial first and get a feel for this particular location. Now, to select a difficulty level. Easy, normal, hard. Yeah, right. I'll boldly flick my mental tablet. The word hard instantly shot off the top of the screen, when she scrolled down to the no hand-holding settings like ultra hard and nightmare. The one I chose was the last one. Real Gauntlet Knight. Let's go! I'll show them I'm a super genius. Wow. No way! Is he really doing it on real? Is he crazy? He's got all his controls set to manual. If he's on real, what's he gonna do about the Stage 7 boss's missile barrage? The Stage 7 boss was modeled off of the Atlantis, the ACR Combined Military Superfortress class segmented warship. It was made up of 7 connected Superfortress class warships, meaning it was more than just a ship. It was a fortress on the sea. A barrage of countless missiles was being launched from there, drawing a beautiful geometric shape that dazzled anyone who saw it. Here I go? Whoa! Awesome, look at him move. Crap, I feel sick just watching this. Is this guy a god? He magnificently dodged the countless guided missiles chasing after him, shooting them down with perfect accuracy. Just like a missile matador. The excitement in the store reached a crescendo, and the noise made even passers-by stop and look. When Jaden completed the game to the utmost excitement, he waved back at the cheering young people throughout the salon. You're not brag if you can back it up, you know. Woo! Thank you, thank you. Thanks for your support. This really does feel good. Thank God I came to this game center. Now that uneasy feeling is gone. Jaden sank deep into the sofa, enjoying the feeling, and slowly sipped his drink. The excitement in the salon calmed down, and everyone went back to enjoying their own games or watching others. If you registered a Kitsuna ID, you could take advantage of our Point Rally Start Dash campaign. Because I was playing pretty well just now. They don't want to miss out because I'm an unregistered user. Okay, might as well register. I'll have to add a comment that I'm not taking friend requests. He sent his Kitsuna ID, which had been set off to on. He immediately received several ad emails. A friend has arrived. Boing. Already? Who is it? Kitsuna always displayed a message like that when a friend's avatar came to visit over the internet, or if a friend came near to you in real life. This wasn't an avatar visit. Did that mean one of his friends was nearby? The friend sign was very close. Apparently I didn't see them because it was set to off, but they're actually inside this store. That's a bit cold. Not even saying hi, even though I'm in the same game center? Who is it? Where are they? I tried to check their friend sign through my mental tablet, but it suddenly disappeared. Now that it was gone, I had no way of knowing the person's name or where they were. Hey, that's creepy. In other words, a friend inside the store had realized that Jane was nearby and had hurriedly set their Kitsuna off. That does tick me off a bit. I don't know who it is, but I think they need a good talking to. That's not something you do to friends, right? I gotta give him a big lecture filled with valid points and lots of data, huh? I looked around the store. Okay, where are you hiding? There were more customers than usual at this time of day, partly due to the after effects of Jaden's super playing. This person probably knew who Jaden was, so if he set up camp in front of the store, they probably wouldn't come strolling out. He checked the store map from his Kitsuna. There was one more route out of the store. The back door near the bathroom. Look! There's a shadow of a person rushing through. Clearly not someone who has used the bathroom. Hey, wait! Hey! You're Meow, right? Hey, wait! He recognized the person from behind. It was definitely Matake Meow, his partner from the War Cats. Though he could hear Jaden, he was hurrying away, trying to blend in with the shopping center crowd. Interestingly, he was leaving with a quick, shuffling walk. Jaden, feeling that it'd be unfair to run after him, followed along with a similar shuffling walk. Hey, wait! Meow! Meow! Why are you shutting off your Kitsuna off and running away? That's creepy, man. Hey, is it something I did? Something during training just now? Did I do something so weird that it pissed you off? Meow continued to shuffle walk without turning around. Jane chased after him in the same way, calling out questions and complaints at Meow's back. To anyone watching this, it probably looked as though they were having a lover's quarrel. Hey, I may be a gentleman, but I've just about had it, okay? As expected, there was no response. However, Meow was Meow. It couldn't possibly be anyone else. After all, considering how long Jane had been following them, someone other than Meow probably would have called the police by now. I've just about had it. You've got 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1... I've had enough. This time, I'm the lecturer. I'll make Meow say he's sorry. Hey, wait! Meow! Jane raced forward and grabbed Meow's thin arms, then forcibly spun him around. However... Huh? Meow? Huh? Crap. Did I really mistake him for someone else? That's not possible. You're Meow, right? You are, aren't you? It was almost as though he was trying to convince himself, rather than interrogate this person. He did think this was Mitake Meow. His eyes and nose and his mouth. Many bits of information made it clear that this was Meow himself. However, well, the atmosphere about him, or something Jaden couldn't really describe, belonged to something that resembled Meow and yet wasn't. Only then, Jaden realized that Meow's whole demeanor was different from usual, and the color of his lips seemed more sensual or something. The skinniness of the shoulders he was grasping was definitely Meow's, but now that skinniness felt like something of the opposite sex. Really? Is Meow, really trans, or what? Could this be a girl who just looked like Meow? Oh, wait. Wait. You're Meow, right? You are, aren't you? I'm not Meow. Liar. Then turn your kitsune on. No. Crap, this totally looks like a couple fighting. The eyes of the people walking by hurt. Jane took the guy who was definitely Meow, but claimed not to be. No, maybe this isn't even a guy. He took the kid into a nearby store and sat them down. By this point, a certain possibility had risen to Jane's mind. I'm a super genius, so I don't really get it, but aren't a lot of Gauntlet Knight candidates... Now I've done it. Sorry. He planned to make this person apologize, but in the end, Jaden was the one who apologized. You're one of those, aren't you? Your body is Mitake Meow, but you aren't, right? As though given up, the person shut their eyes tight and gave a slight nod. Sorry. I didn't know. To become a parallel processor, you need to undergo special training from a young age. However, that didn't mean all babies had equal amounts of talent. No matter how much one trained, some people couldn't become parallel processors, while some developed surprisingly amount of talent with very little effort. It was well known that people with natural talents like this often developed a certain type of split personality. Really? So you mean Meow thinks that he's two different people? That would explain the little back and forth, but this one seems different from the other. Multiple personality disorder, in its commonly known form, occurs when neural trauma creates a data partition in the brain and gives birth to a new personality, one that hasn't been influenced by the trauma, in order to protect the one's mind. So, not schizophrenia? This is an acquired trait. However, in extremely rare cases, Multiple personalities can appear as congenial trait. Unlike acquired multiple personality disorder, its biggest identifying feature is that the personalities can be awake at the same time. It means that two consciousnesses can literally exist simultaneously in a single body. Huh. Okay, we have now entered into Cyberpunk 2077 territory, and that makes Meow V. Sorry about that. Finally finished my dinner. I needed the carbo load. They can each think of and concentrate on different things. In fact, they can apparently even have verbal arguments with each other using the same mouth. That sounds tiresome. They are truly born parallel processors. As you might expect, the training they receive at a young age was more efficient for them than it was for single personalities. And this improved more the more personalities they had. Since Gauntlet Knights need to be capable of parallel thinking, humans born with multiple simultaneous thoughts in the brain made for incredibly suitable candidates. So you mean they actively look for people who have personality disorders like this? That's pretty interesting. So that means that every parallel processor basically believes that they're two different people. Quite fascinating, actually. Sorry, I had a sneeze. Allergies. Moving on. So according to one theory, 30% of famous Gauntlet Knights, 60% according to a different theory, had this special kind of congenial multiple personality disorder. Furthermore, these people would feel hurt if you called it multiple personality disorder, so they were now referred to as CPPs, congenial parallel processors. When I was in America, I had a friend who was a congenital. I was a brat who didn't really understand, so I kept saying, show me a different personality and do something crazy, treating him like some kind of show instead of thinking about how he must have felt. I regret it now. No matter how much talent you have, it's never pleasant when people look at you strangely. So, even though Gauntlet Nights have become a shared dream for kids all over the world, almost no one comes out as a CPP. It was all thanks to what remained of stereotypes from the old era, where multiple personalities were treated like something out of the occult or horror genres. You know, I wasn't the one who started calling myself a super genius. I've been told that since I was very young at the training institute. This kid's a super genius, with all the parallel processing power despite not being a CPP. Thinking back on it, maybe all of them were CPPs, not just the friend who came out about it. And I treated that friend like some kind of bizarre animal. Imagining how everyone else must have felt made my chest hurt. Meow. Oh, wait, that's not right. I want to treat you like an individual human being. Would you mind telling me your name? Huh? Meow. Oh, now that's cute. It sounded like someone imitating a cat's cry. No, wait, that's not it. I see. Meow and meow, right? What a cute name. Meow. Are you a girl? Yeah. Sorry about earlier. I grabbed your shoulder hard. And that's no way to treat a girl, right? Forgive me. It's okay. Two personalities with different genders in the same body, huh? Sounds like something you find in some old Japanese manga. Quit being meta. Wait. I shouldn't be thinking up jokes. No, seriously. I'm so sorry. Don't apologize so much, okay? I shouldn't have run, and I should have told you. Meow? What should I do? I want to treat you the way you want to be treated. Huh? If you ask me to forget everything that happened today, I'll forget about you completely by tonight. If I ever realize I'm seeing you as Meow, I'll pretend I don't know you. Anyway, you're... The way Jaden panicked as he tried his best to be polite must have looked a little humorous. Meow giggled, and Jaden, not realizing why she was laughing, opened his eyes even wider. Thanks. You're nice, Jaden. No, I'm just, If you act so humble, it just makes this more uncomfortable. So really, don't worry about it. And anyway, I've been by your side all this time. If you act so distant, it actually makes me feel lonely. I see. After all, you still exist even when Meow's in there. So, what about today's training? Hey, I'm a Gauntlet Knight too. I split the work with Big Brother, checking our surroundings and controlling our posture and stuff. I see. Is that how it was? So, you've been my other partner all along. At the word partner, Meow smiled broadly for the first time. Meow was probably the main personality, so Meow's personality always had to be kept hidden away, and it was hard for others to notice. She must have been happy to be recognized as a separate personality. Big brother, huh? So you're Meow's little sister. My old friend said his personalities were friends with each other. It's brother and sister in our case. There's all sorts depending on the person. So, Meow usually controls your body, but sometimes you put on makeup like a girl and go out at night to have fun, like this. Yeah. So, she's been having fun in a part of town far separated from the area Mitake Meow lives in, so that no one who knew her would realize that she's a CPP. Still, it's a bit unsafe for a pretty girl like you to play around the city at night, don't you think? Sometimes weird people do try to talk to me. No kidding. A girl this cute walking around without a boyfriend? You'd be crazy if you didn't try to talk to her. As Jin said this, he gradually turned red. Just yesterday, he thought of his person as a cool partner of the same gender. Now he suddenly had to treat her like a girl, even though this was the same physical body. Except for a little makeup, this was totally Meow. Ah, now I'm feeling kind of hot and sweaty. Meow, the next time you want to come here to have fun, let me know. Huh? I, Super Genius Jaden, will be your bodyguard to make sure no weirdos come after you. Oh. Yeah. I think having a bodyguard would be nice. That body belongs to my two partners, Meow and Meow, so it's only natural that I'll protect it. Why do I keep turning red? What I'm saying is perfectly normal, right? Is it? My partner's body is tiny, and it'd suck if some weirdo came after him and hurt him when he was off having fun at night, so I'm offering to stay by his side. There's nothing remotely strange about that. Oh, I get it. It's because of how Meow's face looks. Because you look like that, I can't figure out what to do next. Enough of this weird sweat already. Thanks, Jaden. I'll definitely ask you to do that when the time comes. Sure, send me a Kitsune message whenever you like. Would they ever have been able to talk like this if Jaden had only ever known Meow? The two of them chatted about things they never would have discussed if they had been Meow. Before long, Jaden was gradually beginning to understand. I see. I get it. When Meow was lecturing me, he would always praise me for doing something good at the very end. No matter how small it was, he'd always find something. That was you, wasn't it? How? Come to think of it, I always thought it was weird that Meow always tore me down, then managed to encourage me at the end. But after talking with you, I'm sure. The person who was always watching me and praising me so that I could give it all my all was you, Meow. Even though Jane had met her for the first time today, he could see how much unexpected joy those words gave her. Something twinkled a little near her tightly shut eyes. You're really cool, Jaden. I can't believe you noticed that I was there. Well, of course. I'm still super genius Jaden. Yeah, a super genius. And cool. I know that. I'm always watching from nearby, so I know. But isn't Meow listening to this conversation? Next time I see him, he'll probably tell me not to be a creep around his sister or beat the crap out of me. Oh, that's okay. When I don't want to be heard, I make sure the door of my heart is shut. Apparently, privacy between personalities is possible. And she can apparently take her current experiences and memories and either share them with Meow or keep them for herself. Thinking about it that way, this was pretty rough. A brother and sister living in the same body. Beyond that, I don't remember much of what we talked about. However, until the sky lit up, and then we kept talking at random about fun stuff, though I don't remember it well. Guys were another matter, but just before dawn wasn't a very safe time for girls. At this hour, they would sometimes get bugged by guys who had been having fun all night and who were weirdly excited. But she said she wanted to secretly go home on her own. Meow was a girl, but the main personality of that body was Meow. In other words, people thought of them as a guy. If people knew that Mitake Meow was walking around in makeup like a girl, it would cause Big Brother trouble. If that happened, he stopped letting me go out to play. Then shouldn't it be the other way around? You want back home openly with me. If we do bump into someone we know, I'll say that this isn't Meow, it's a girlfriend mine. I see. Meow's face had grown red as if someone had bolted it. Did I say something that embarrassing? Apparently, Kasuna interpreted girlfriend as girlfriend. In English, Jane had only meant he'd introduce her as a girl he was friends with, but in places that spoke Japanese, the phrase was always a more long-term one-on-one romantic relationship. It's okay. I know what you meant. Kitsuna translates things weird sometimes, doesn't it? That's a real pain. I'll try and find a better Japanese translation patch. No matter how much technology advances. Communication really is made up of more than words and text. There's also your eyes, your expression, the atmosphere, smells, your heart beating, and all of it make communication possible. Yeah. If we ever start living in an electronic world, it'll be pretty boring. Kitsuna translation mistakes, getting embarrassed and trying to run away, and chasing after people who did that. Every bit of that is a precious part of communication between humans. This ultimate communication tool had broken down all the barriers, obviously including language. However, that didn't mean it was better than facing someone and talking to them in person. You know, that's a very good point. That cliche, which old culture people always used to criticize like Kitsuna, bounced through the minds of the two youths who were acting embarrassed. In the end, the two of them did return to their lodgings together. Apparently, they didn't get a chance to bump into anyone that they knew and make use of their excuse that they were girlfriends or boyfriends or whatever. Very interesting. Guess we learned more about Gauntlet Knights than we thought of. When the Ciconia stop, a country has no future. King of Ridicule. You know, I have no idea what that is. Hold on, let me look it up really quick. Let's see. A genus of birds in the stork family, 6 of the 7 living species in the Old World, where the Maguire has a South American range. Oh, it's a bird. It's the Latin word for stork. So, Higurashi was the... Let's see, Higurashi was the cicadas, and this is the stork. Let me see. Oh. So that's what Umeneko is. The name of a kind of seagull known as a black-tailed gull. That actually explains a lot. So each one of these has some kind of animal involved. Let's see. It comes from the name sea cat. The bird has a cat-like call. So it sounds like a cat. Okay. So, Higurashi is a cicada. Umeneko is a black-tailed gull. And the Ciconia is a seagull. Is a stork, I mean. I wonder if there's any sort of, significance on that. I mean, Higurashi I get. Because cicadas usually make that hissing noise during the summertime. And, let's see. The black-tailed gull has a deceptive cat noise. So I guess that has to do with a lot of deception in Umeneko. I'll have to read that one day. So Ciconia being a stork. Is that like the story of a stork carrying a baby to the family? I mean, it is a story about the youth being this fighting military force, but I'm not sure what that is. Very interesting. Very interesting. Let's see how much farther we can go. I still don't know what that clock means. Oh, wait. That's a lunar clock. Elevator? The elevator kept going down and down beneath the earth. Inside was a short man in a suit who seemed a bit scared, and 2 sunglasses-wearing soldiers on either side of him, wearing bulletproof vests and wielding state-of-the-art carbines. There was nothing that identified the troops' nationality or affiliation. Even their guns were the latest model from a famous manufacturer, which wasn't yet in use by official militaries. All this made it easy to guess that they were either personally hired soldiers or mercenaries of some sort. However, there was nothing unrefined about the elevator, or their behavior, or their attire. There wasn't even a speck of dust to be seen, much less trash lying about. It was almost painfully refined, and the man in the suit seemed to be overwhelmed by it. Eventually, after descending for several minutes, the elevator stopped. When the doors opened, with a faint swoosh, it revealed a massive, dimly lit space behind it. It was lifeless, tasteless, and simple without any sort of decoration. However, it also had a noble feeling, as if it hadn't deigned to conform to changing modes of decoration throughout the eras. Whoa, is this safe to show? Twitch, please don't ban me. In that massive space were two shadows that appeared to be girls. However, something about them seemed odd. For example, the objects seemingly attached to their left arms were definitely gauntlets. As the girls' expressionless eyes slowly turned to the face of the man in the elevator, they quietly held out their right arms. They were a scattering of angel feathers, two oversized 76mm 62 caliber super rapid cannons designed for warships were summoned into existence. These clearly weren't weapons that one individual was supposed to use against each other. It was almost as though they'd been summoned giant metal beasts, so big that one had to look up to see them, and it looks like their tamers were just about ordered to strike them. The man let out a small cry and flinched at this greeting, but the cannons weren't pointed at him. They were aimed behind him, at the two soldiers who had brought him here. The soldiers had not been given permission to take even one step outside the elevator into the space. They were aware of this, so they pushed the other man in the back, telling him to go on alone. After the man left the elevator quivering, the door shut with a faint sound, and it disappeared into the darkness. When only the suited man was left, the girls erased the cannons they summoned. Where is this place? Did you two call me here? The girls didn't answer. On the contrary, they were completely expressionless, as if they haven't even noticed the man talking to them. Then the man, who was quivering more than ever, was finally answered by a voice. Wait, is that? Welcome, Doctor, to our research center. A woman in a lab coat walked out in the darkness and greeted the man. Wait, is that Takano-san? Is she part in this game too? The man, who hadn't been able to communicate with anyone else since he coming here, was so relieved that he broke out in a cold sweat. However, that expression of relief changed to shock when the woman finished walking out of the shadows. It is her! It is her! Oh my god, it's her. No. That's not possible. I mean, you're... Activating facial recognition software. Identifying. The man opened a Cellcom facial recognition app. A Cellcom is like a smartphone or personal computer that exists in your brain. In this era, it was easy to take things you saw with your naked eye and save them as images or look them up on the net. Complete. First possible match, 97%. Vieira Dreisig. Physicist. Bio, a young genius physics from ABN Germany, who invented the Spectrum high-efficiency energy conversion technique, also known as the Dreisig conversion. She was awarded the Bernhard Prize in Physics for this achievement. However, on December 9th, the day before the ceremony, she disappeared from the hotel in Oslo where she was staying. 2 days later, on December 11th, a roasted body was found in a city... Wait! That's the same way Takano died! Oh, Did he just do a 180 and put Higurashi in this one? Holy... I got chills. You can't see it, I got goosebumps. Goosebumps. The investigation team eventually concluded that she got drunk, accidentally went to the collection hatch of an automated trash collector, failed to respond to repeated warnings, and was then thrown into an incinerator and killed in a tragic accident. Almost like her! However, because of Dreisig's accomplishments and various conspiracy theories, many are still convinced that she was assassinated by someone. Are you looking me up with your cellcom? I see. It looks like the Ozo silly police made a mistake. But it's strange. This year you should be... But you still look like you're... Come now, Doctor. This is a world of those who are not human. We've already been freed from the concept of time, which makes people age. Since it was coming from a genius physicist, he couldn't tell if it was true or if she was trying to confuse him. He only knew that a genius physicist... How do you say that? Physicist, who had supposedly died mysteriously, was alive and appeared in front of him, looking like she had just back then. After that, the man started asking questions about Dreisig's research. In this era, even an empty-handed human could search for information with their cellcom at will. It wouldn't be impossible to mimic someone else if you really wanted to. However, searching for information was completely different from understanding it. After asking several questions, the man had to admit that the woman in front of him was either Veer Dreisig herself, or at least a genius scientist on that same level. People who seemed to be scientists in lab coats occasionally appeared in this bleak, dim space. The man casually tried to use facial recognition on all of them. First possible match, 98%. Vitaly Abrikoskov, physicist. First possible match, 96%. David Welsek, physicist. First possible match, 97%. Olga Seisei, physicist. What on earth? Just by matching the few people walking by him, he was building up a list of young physicists representing the entire world. And all of them had vanished after mysterious disappearances or accidents. Perhaps demoned away. It's true that some conspiracy theorists have amused themselves with a string of famous genius physicists who have mysteriously disappeared or died over the past few decades. What on earth? What on earth? So, you're all alive? No. It's probably fair to say that we're dead. After all, none of the people here have any ties to the surface anymore. Compared to the joy of attaining ultimate wisdom, wealth, fame, family, and children mean nothing. All the genius scientists who had just walked by were incredibly enthusiastic for their age, almost like kids who were planning some sort of prank. Rather than charming, it was a little disturbing, as though the ideals that dominated the space were from a completely different world. And I see you too are the sort of person who longs to join our side, even if it means abandoning everything you've gained on the surface. Indeed. If I am able to touch just a bit of God's wisdom, I don't care if I have to sacrifice all my wealth and fame to do it. It's a line all scientists feel like saying at least once when they're drunk. And in fact, he had said this whenever he got the chance. He had never imagined that someone would actually respond to that call like this. This is a research institution, but we don't call it research. We call it translation. Translation? If the techniques of the gods were written down in the language of the gods, do you think mere humans would be able to read it? I see. So you call it translation. When you make a discovery, no matter how ground-shaking and ingenious it is, it won't be of any use unless the average person can understand it. In other words, without the power of translation, all ingenious discoveries get treated the same as the occult. Genius scientists have a desire to make discoveries, but they also have a desire to translate discoveries made by people far more ingenious than them. This desire held only by the few who are hailed as geniuses. Because they're geniuses, they're saddened by the fact that they'll never meet an even greater genius. They want to touch the sparks of inspiration from far greater geniuses to translate them. They don't want to be called geniuses. They want to touch the wisdom of people they would call geniuses. In this very place, several miraculous techniques that we can't even understand are waiting to be translated. What kinds of miraculous techniques? If you truly join us as a comrade, I'll show you. You aren't about to tell me that it's super high technology from some ancient unknown civilization or something, right? Would there be some sort of problem if that were the case? The man attempted to joke casually, trying to make it seem as though he had grown comfortable with this situation. However, a clear, disappointed expression rose to Veer's face. Whether it's super high technology from an ancient civilization, or alien technology, or an Akashic record built into the fabric of reality, can the source of wisdom ever be a problem? No. All of our comrades here simply view the attainment of ultimate wisdom as their greatest joy. They don't mind putting their wealth, fame, and even their lives on the line for the sake of that joy. You feel the same, don't you? Isn't that right, Doctor? This really was a world of people who were not human, just as she said. Yes, everyone here is dead. They have already died in our world. Does that make this the underworld, dizzyingly far beneath the ground? If I've been invited here while I still live. Maybe they thought we were arguing, but those gauntlet girls were staring at us through the darkness. You repeatedly say through your kitsuna that you wouldn't mind losing your life if you could touch the wisdom of the gods, yes? And your achievement more than qualify you to be welcomed in as our comrade. It seems strange to me. When I was first invited here, I was ecstatic, like a maiden in love for the first time. However, you've been fairly lukewarm for a while now. No, I am, haven't yet been able to fully appreciate how amazing this place is. In the first place, I haven't even had a chance to see this wisdom you're talking about. This wisdom is so captivating that it made so many genius scientists abandon everything on the surface. Unless you show me, I, won't be able to take this all in. We're not supposed to show anyone who hasn't sworn to become our comrade. But if it means we'll be able to gain your rare talent, I suppose I should show you before you make your oath. Okay. However, Fiora brought her lips to the man's ear. Her breath didn't carry the warmth of the living. It was the breath of the land of the dead, at the bottom of the earth. Before that, I want you to tell us about those people we love and respect so much. What do you mean? You know, those people. Come on. I mean, the ones who are always giving you their support. Tell me about the 3 kings who ordered you to investigate this place. Crap. I need to ask them for help. Oh no. Error. Cellcom OS has encountered a fatal error. Boing. We recommend that you reinstall. Boing. Otherwise, please visit the help desk at a Cellcom shop near you. Boing. What happened? All of a sudden, did it bug out? No. I love welcoming in guests. I love getting to share the moment of trembling excitement by our true, newly awakened comrades. We sometimes get minions sent by those 3, like you, but nearly everyone else learned the joy of touching wisdom and converted over to our side, becoming our comrades. Stop trying to ask them for help, Doctor. I want to hear your own heartfelt words. Will you become our comrade, or not? I couldn't bear to see one of your talent waste on the surface, ignorant of the joy of touching wisdom. Understand? Then there was a shriek, and a cackling voice suddenly rang out. It was one of the scientists that had walked past them, the genius physicist from AOU, Ogawa Seisei. He was facing the empty darkness, cackling at his own. He also came here as an agent of the 3 kings at first. However, when he learned the joy of touching wisdom, he decided to become our comrade and abandoned everything on the surface. Ooh. That mysterious laugh didn't seem like it could possibly belong to someone with the gentlemanly attitude he had been known for. It was as though everything that wasn't necessary for the translation job she had mentioned had been ripped out of him. For the first time, the visitor deeply regretted accepting this task out of a faint curiosity, as if it had been some sort of strange spy game. He suddenly realized that there were about 7 or 8 of those inhuman gauntlet girls nearby, forming a large circle around him. You're gonna die, buddy. Jaden is currently intercepting with a CIWS cannon. Boing. Interception rate 68%. Boing. Meow is now summoning a missile dispenser. Boing. Meow has begun accessing attack drone unnamed. Boing. Jaden is now summoning high maneuverability guided missiles. Boing. That's our Meow. What an efficient checkmate. Meow. He knows that Jaden's missiles interception was taking too long, so he made a second and third move without hesitation. He finished his prep by summoning an automatic weapon, and now he's gonna hit him with everything he's got. Wake me up when it's my turn. Jaden's Reaper Eye has targeted drone unnamed. Boing. Meow is summoning cluster-style high maneuverability guided missiles. Boing. This is the end, boing. Kiddo. And that's the match. The drone's a decoy. Meow, meow. He totally got taken in by Meow's pattern. Meow. Damn, am I not gonna make it? This is the end! A splendid barrage of cluster missiles to match the automatic attack by the missile dispenser. If he gets swallowed up by that saturation bombardment, it's over. And that's the match. Boil. Jaden hit by 19 high maneuverability missiles. Boil. Verdict downed. Boil. Meow wins. Boil. Congrats. Ghetto. Please wait for an appraisal from the AI Command Center. Boil. Good work, you two. Ilya, Koshka, you're up next. Roger. Meow. Gonna take a stim. Give me a second. The Gauntlet Knights were constantly undergoing strict training. However, none of the adult instructors who taught them could use the gauntlets. For that reason, their teaching would sometimes include armchair reasoning that put too much focus on the wrong things. The only way to make up for that was, as you expected, to self-train with other Gauntlet Knights you knew well. By now, mutual training with other members of the first generation of Gauntlet Knights was a more effective means of skill building than their official training. In fact, even fighter pilots who had advanced war from 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions for the first time ever had honed their abilities by self-training amongst the first generation. No, the same thing probably applies to all skill sets. They do say experience is the best teacher. The first generation has no textbooks or instructors. Only a desire for self-improvement and mutual training could lead them higher. After that, mock battles combining all sorts of situations continued to take place in the simulator room. That data was precisely analyzed by Meow. Their unofficial lecture and issues were pointed out to all present. That face. Be Gauntlet Knight underclassmen, furthering the improvement of their techniques. In the cafeteria where young Gauntlet Knights gathered, Warcrat and Grey Mole were having a review meeting for their most recent self-training session, which doubled as a Mitake Meow lecture. Crowds of underclassmen had gathered, hoping to learn something from this critique of the Ace's training. However, at a glance, it didn't look like a review meeting. Just looked like everyone was stuffing their faces at a dessert buffet. It was because of a trait peculiar to Gauntlet Knights, a desire to eat way too many sweet things after training. The Gauntlet's energy source was spiritium throughout the atmosphere, but it couldn't be used directly. It only became usable energy through a dry state conversion that made use of a brain filter. When that happened, it put up a great strain on the brain, using up a large amount of glucose. However, considering the massive amount of energy the conversion gave them, this was a very small price to pay. For that reason, all of them were desperate to eat sweets after training. The Gauntlet Knight only cafeteria had a vast dessert menu and was popular with Gauntlet girls, too. So the review meetings always took place while they ate and drank sweet things. Nippa nippa! Look how big my dessert parfait is. Meow. Where's the plum jelly? It's all gone. Meow. I thought you'd want some, so I took every last drop. Meow. Then I think I'll gouge out your eyeballs instead. Go ahead and do it if you think you can. Meow. Please be quiet, you two. We're still having our review meeting. Next, look at Gunhild's movement data. In particular, between Flag A and Flag B. She does a magnificent spiral while keeping her speed. I don't like the feeling of pressure that anti-G8MS give you, so I try to avoid ricochet flight whenever possible. Gauntlet Knights can move in many ways that would be impossible for a fighter plane, but that's because your internal 8MS reduces your Gs. However, the more impossible your movements are, the more energy is expended. In the worst case scenario, it can leave you wide open for an instant when you aren't even expecting it. So when you don't need to move in dramatic ways, you should avoid fighting gravity as much as possible. When doing that, the build-up knowledge of fighter pilots can be extremely useful. Underclassmen, make sure you don't slack off in your studies either. The underclassman gave a big nod, taking notes. Maybe it's amusing that, even in an era where you could control sight and sound at will inside your brain, young people still took notes. Of course, if you got a mental monitor and a mental tablet, you can also take mental notes. That would have been useful back in high school. However, there was still a strong superstition that moving your hand to write things down made it easier to remember, and a lot of youngsters followed it. Apparently, though, they were actually doing this because taking mental notes made it look like you weren't paying attention. So they wrote things down with their hands to make it clear to onlookers that they were taking this seriously. That's probably because old guys from the old era had a bad habit of assuming people weren't paying attention if they didn't see everyone taking notes. On the other hand, Jaden's style of fighting is more infantry-like, making the use of obstructions and the lay of the land. Gauntlet Knights can instantly turn a battlefield from an aerial fight to a land fight and back again. Unless you regularly practice all types of fighting, you won't be able to use your weapons no matter how many you have. If we're going there, you seamlessly change your fighting style whether it's a land fight or an aerial fight, in the city or in the skies. Look at your movement around the flag I just set. You're nothing less than beautiful. Nice work, Meow. Yeah. Thanks. It's about time for questions. Please ask whatever you like. The underclassmen eagerly raised their hands. They all wanted to fly freely through the sky as soon as possible, just like the aces. It was hardly surprising. This was flying through the sky unaided like a bird. Who hasn't had a dream at least once? However, though, that dream had failed to come true for thousands of years. It was finally possible in this era. And these people were just a step away from reaching it. Jane remembered how he had felt at that time. Come to think of it, didn't Meow himself fly in the simulator on the day of the Battle Standard Festival to remember the beginner's enthusiasm? I guess it's important to remember that passion every now and then. Alright, sorry about that, folks. We had like a slight connection error. I don't know what that was all about. Everything seems to be okay now. No drop frames, so I don't know why that happened. And now Twitch is suddenly starting to act up now. I don't think we crashed. At least it doesn't look like it. Let's just give it a minute. I want to see. Okay, so... yeah, it was just really slow for a minute. I don't know why. Let me just check something real quick. Okay, yeah, I didn't lose any footage. That's weird. Must have been just a temporary glitch. But with that said, I think we need to call it for a little bit. Oh! I didn't even notice this. There's like a little bio for everyone here. This is actually kind of cool. Okay. Oh, it gives you a little bio of everyone here. That's actually kind of cool. Anyways, I hate to end it at this, but unfortunately I'm out of time right now. So we'll pick it up again next week. Or maybe Friday, we'll see what happens. I hate to end it at this, but unfortunately I'm out of time. So, that has been Ciconia, When They Cry. It was a very interesting game, not gonna lie. I really do want to finish it at least up until Chapter 7, which is when the cutoff is. So we'll definitely go back into that next week. Let me send you to someone really cool first. If I'm not mistaken, I believe the captain is on. Let's see. Ah, here she is. Cersei Soulstorm. She's one of the girls from Idol, and that's pretty kind of cool. Let's see. Anime girl gives you much needed relationship advice. You know what? I think we could all use that. I'm going to send you to her real quick. I hope you all enjoyed this little soiree. Tomorrow we got something special planned. A game that I've been meaning to show off to everyone. So, thank you all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed this little reading. If you have any suggestions on what you'd like to see, please leave a comment below. Be sure to follow us on our Blue Sky and our Discord if you ever want to join. And as always, respect the classics.